The legendary Serpent King, Orochi, descended from the heavens, and the world was transformed in an instant. Using his inhuman powers to warp time and space, he created a fusion between the Three Kingdoms era of China and the Warring States period of Japan. He then tested his might against the heroes of these ages. Most of the great armies of these two periods fell to destruction before the might of Orochi. The news of the death of Cao Cao, Lord of Wei, was reported, and it was left to his son, Cao Pi, to take up the leadership of the clan. Hoping to control Wei himself, Orochi sent Da Ji, his strategist, to take the offer of an alliance to Cao Pi, which he accepted. Once this was signed, Da Ji employed Cao Pi to suppress any resistance to Orochi in the name of maintaining law and order. Despite this, Cao Pi followed Da Ji's orders faithfully, never raising the slightest objection.
You want me to round up some bandits?
They may be mere bandits, but our Lord wants them erased.
Our Lord is unused to receiving orders. This must be hard for him.
We must endure this for the sake of our Lord.
I will not turn down a request from my noble ally, Orochi.
That's Lord Orochi to you, remember.
We'll call him what we like.
And just whose side are you on?
Orochi and I are allies. I will do it.
You wouldn't mind explaining what we have planned, now would you?
Our forces will divide into two parties. The main force will move west from the river, taking out any enemies in its path. The mobile unit will circle to the north of the main camp and attack from there.
And what exactly will you be doing?
I'm taking the south. Do you have a problem with that?
I'll keep an eye on how you two go from that. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what new heights of cruelty you can reach.
Fools! Do you not see that you follow a demon? So you shall be judged.
Out of my way, you relic. I shall not be labeled a fool by a charlatan. There's another notch for my great axe.
I have some catching up to do.
Serpents everywhere I turn! Oh, is this the end or the way of peace?
Have courage.
Move north and obliterate anyone you see.
The enemy approaches. We must join up with our mobile unit and fight back.
road's cleared up. I'm taking this chance to seize their camp.
Mitsunari. He used us as bait to distract the enemy while he sneaked in.
They're marched north as a trap. They're after our main camp, which means that the southern garrison is where the real strength of their army lies.
The enemy should have passed by now.
Now is our chance to seize their main camp. Bring it on!
I have some catching up to do.
Retreat!
Our allies are watching. We must not be shown up.
Retreat! For honor!
I won't lose a second time.
There's another notch for my great axe.
I have some catching up to do.
I don't want any mercy!
You think you can stop me?
Come. We can't let Cao Pi think we can't fight.
Retreat! For honor!
I won't lose a second time.
There's another notch for my great axe.
I have some catching up to do. I have some catching up to do.
Have courage.
There's nothing else for it!
Another victory for courage.
I have some catching up to do.
Are you ready to have some real fun? Hang on! Isn't that Salpy? I can't believe the Prince of Wei would sink to wait on a snake!
The truly evolved man moves with the times.
For honor! Eat this!
Have courage.
Another victory for courage!
I have some catching up to do.
Your father would never have let Wei fall apart like this if he were alive!
The men of Wei have lost none of their spirit, I see.
There's nothing else for it.
Why do they even bother?
I have some catching up to do. I have some catching up to do.
One guy's so unfair. No food until we win. That's just mean. Cao Cao always made sure we have plenty to eat.
If it isn't Shu Chu.
I'll have you on a bowl of rice.
Shu Chu, it's me! Does your stomach rule your head and your heart?
Have courage.
Kneel before me. Why do they even bother?
I have some catching up to do.
We don't need ropes for him. Just find him something to eat and he'll be happy.
Hardly bear the excitement. Wipe them all out, down to the very last one of those vermin.
Filthy worms! Feel the iron force of justice!
So the bandits are simply the fossils of Wu.
I admire your spirit, warrior, but I shall not be judged by you. I won't lose a second time.
Why do they even bother?
I have some catching up to do.
For honor! Eat
I have some catching up to do.
Discretion is the better part of valor.
There's another notch for my great axe.
I have some catching up to do.
Retreat! Retreat!
Another victory for courage. Have the proud officers of Wu sunk to this?
Ha! You're one to talk. A slave to a snake. If I'm so pathetic, then come and finish me off.
I am a compassionate man. You may go. But next time, think carefully about how you want to attack.
You'll live to regret your arrogance. Next time, you will feel my wrath.
Cao Pi, forgive me. I was so hungry, I didn't know.
Enough. From now on, you will work for me.
Hey, where's Lord Cao Cao? If he was here, he'd fix everything.
You are a simple man, aren't you? You think a hero can heal all this? But simplicity does have a way of winning the people's hearts. Your philosophy has a place.
Many of the officers of Wei were far from happy to be used as Orochi's puppets under the name of an alliance. One officer in particular, Zhang He, began to feel increasingly discontented with the situation. Requested to suppress the resistance in the south, he accompanied Cao Pi to Nanzhong. The battle was progressing smoothly until Zhang He suddenly stopped fighting.
bridge is down and we are isolated from our camp. Send Zhang He to defend it.
You once had a beautiful dream of total domination. I cannot follow you when you take orders from such a misshapen beast.
You were once a loyal soldier of Wei.
courage.
Things change. Move with the times.
For honor!
Success! Now we can claim the enemy camp.
Some you win, some you lose. Another victory for courage.
I have some catching up to do.
Time to light this battle up.
The king is here!
Sink the enemy with your undying faith! Forward!
Have courage.
Better turn up the heat.
For honor. Another victory for courage.
You're truly a hero of our times. I have some catching up to
Zhang He, we are under siege. Why do you lay down your arms?
There is nothing attractive about a war without just reason.
Have courage.
So I choose not to fight.
It's about time I faced a worthy opponent!
I shall show no mercy.
Insubordination on the battlefield is unforgivable.
I cannot partake in a war that contravenes my aesthetic principles. I will help you, but only to keep myself amused.
I am no match for a legend like you!
Another victory for courage.
I have some catching up to do.
Zhang He, if you do not follow my orders, you will be punished.
You expect me to sully myself by fighting for an animal?
No, I expect you to honor your duty by fighting for me.
Very well. I have faith in you.
I won't be denied next time.
Why do they even bother?
You're truly a hero of our times.
It's about time I faced a worthy opponent!
Stand and fight me!
I'll give you something to be scared of! I am no match for a legend like you!
Why do they even bother?
I have some catching up to do.
Kneel before me!
I won't be denied next time.
Why do they even bother?
You're truly a hero of our times.
We've nothing to fear from this enemy. Follow my lead.
Have courage.
Just can't match that.
I'm weak from hunger!
Another victory for courage.
I have some catching up to do.
You're truly a hero of our times.
I'm feeling ready for a serious scrap.
Kneel before me!
Have courage.
Retreat! Retreat!
How could you throw away your pride like this and side with the forces of evil?
I have nothing to say to one so blind.
Have courage.
I won't lose a second time.
Another victory for courage.
You're truly a hero of our times.
For honor!
Why do they even bother?
I have some catching up to do.
You're truly a hero of our times.
Burn on, my spear, my spirit, and bring us victory!
If you want my head, come and take it! Kneel before me! Your skill with the spear is unquestionable.
But not enough to truly test you yet, it seems.
Have courage. You are quite the spearman, I say.
From the looks of it, I can see you are no amateur either.
Retreat!
There is still much for me to learn.
Another victory for courage.
You're truly a hero of our times.
Why do they even bother?
My lord would not easily abandon his glorious vision. I must have faith.
A wasteful battle, but it was not a total waste of time.
The forces of Wei, led by Cao Pi, continued to faithfully follow Daji's orders, wiping out pockets of resistance wherever they arose. At the same time, however, he carefully made sure that Orochi's strength was being slowly diminished through the release of officers such as Huang Gai of the Resistance at Kusegawa. When Tian Shui was attacked by the Resistance led by Nobunaga Oda, it was again Cao Pi who was sent to suppress the rebellion. Knowing that there was no strategical advantage in seizing Tian Shui, and still unsure of Nobunaga's motives, Cao Pi proceeded to the battlefield.
Why would Nobunaga attack now? Do you have any idea?
I wouldn't know.
We don't have any hostages he would want to free. Perhaps there's someone here he wants to speak with,
I couldn't say.
Report. How are are we doing?
Our 2 southern garrisons have already fallen. We're defending 3 other bases.
Reinforcements are on their way. Until then, we must keep the enemy at bay.
Support is on the way from the east, the north, and the west. But if you weaklings lose this base support, they won't have anything to support.
I don't want any mercy! For honor!
Thanks for coming. I'll make it up to you.
Discretion is the better part of valor. There's another notch for my great axe!
I have some catching up to do. Just can't match that!
Your selfish rampage is at an end!
I will not take this lying down.
I am powerless to stop this. There's another notch for my great axe!
I have some catching up to do. I have some catching up to do.
The eastern post is ours. We will keep the east clear of enemies. Bring it on!
I owe you a beating, and it's coming now.
I thought I taught you that a small posse of bandits is no match for Orochi. But if you weren't paying attention, I suppose I'll have to repeat myself.
I know when I'm beaten. Take my head and feed it to your snake.
I have no use for your filthy head.
I don't need any pity from Orochi's worms.
And I have none to give to scum like you. If you do not have the sense to think of the future, then I will end your life now.
Huh!
There's another notch for my great axe!
I have some catching up to do.
I won't lose a second time.
There's another notch for my great axe.
I have some catching up to do.
I'm just warming up. Cut them all off.
What is it that Nobunaga is looking for in this battle?
I have some catching up to do.
Where is that backup?
This blade will measure your calendar.
Have courage.
It cannot be measured by your puny knife.
Show me what a swordsman of your land is capable of.
There is no shame in defeat to you.
Another victory for courage.
I have some catching up to do.
Good. That takes care of the central unit.
Their central siege has been repelled. I'll hold the fort here until reinforcements arrive.
The western face is in our hands. You can count on us to keep it. Bring it on! Reinforcements have arrived!
Forgive my tardiness. You may rely on me from now on.
All forces advance. Take the main camp.
There's still some glory left for the taking.
I won't lose a second time.
Another victory for courage.
You've been training hard, I see.
think you can stop me?
Prove your worth to the demon.
You will lament you ever encountered a warrior of such worth, I assure you.
Once you've seen me, you won't forget me anytime soon.
Look out! Here I come!
I'm feeling ready for a serious scrap.
I will show you no mercy!
Damn, I hate backing out.
Another victory for courage.
I have some catching up to do.
There is still some glory left for the taking.
You sure took your time.
I was curious to see how you would fight.
Voyeurism's a bad habit. I am powerless to stop it.
Another victory for courage.
You've been training hard, I see.
I won't lose a second time.
Another victory for courage.
I have some catching up to do.
If only I'd been more careful.
Why do they even bother?
That's what we've been waiting to see.
Why do they even bother?
I have seen the truth about you, Cao Pi. I know who you are.
That is the man known as Nobunaga. What do you see in him, my lord? He is not concerned with the battle at hand. He is fighting in a different dimension. And his vision is combined with an overwhelming arrogance. He is a man to watch.
I see certain similarities between him and my lord Cao Cao. Perhaps he shares some of his greatness.
From now on, Cao Pi, I'm going to ask you and Mitsunari to work together.
So you wish to keep an eye on me?
Not at all. It's just that, well, you're both so brilliant. I thought it was a match made in heaven is all.
But you have made a mistake. It is he who should be watched.
I'd rather be spied on all day than to have to spend all my time with you.
Like I said, a match made in heaven.
While small in number, the ninja troop led by Nene had managed to maintain its independence. As the Orochi army cut down each and every resistance to its domination, the unpredictable ninjas continued to give them headaches. Infuriated by this setback, Orochi finally sent the crafty Dong Zhuo to deal with this ninja troop. Gathering his forces, Dong Zhuo advanced upon their camp in Ji Province.
We're surrounded? That's preposterous! Well, hurry up and send word to our allies so that they can clear this rabble!
I bring news. Our allies show no signs of movement.
You mean we're trapped? Well, do something! Anything!
Oops! Perhaps I overdid things just a little bit. Oh well. Time to go and punish those naughty children! Are you ready, Team 2? Okay, away you go!
They still can't move? Someone undo that black magic!
Your selfish rampage is at an end!
For honor! Have courage.
I am powerless to stop.
Another victory for courage.
You're truly a hero of our times!
That's what we've been waiting to see.
Look out! Here I come!
Have
Your
courage.
selfish rampage is at an end! I will opt to stay alive and retreat!
Another victory for courage.
I have some catching up to do.
I will opt to stay alive and retreat!
Another victory for courage. Come on! Don't hold back!
Look out! Here I come! I will opt to stay alive and retreat!
Another victory for courage. That's what we've been waiting to see. We must keep up with the pace. Keep up with the pace!
Come on, Nene! Let me out of here! I'll be good, I promise! Please! Your selfish rampage is at an end!
I'm counting on you, Hideaki.
Have courage.
I know you can do it.
For you, my lady, I will do anything.
I am powerless to stop you.
Another victory for courage. Come on! Don't hold back!
Oh, hey you! Help me out of here, will ya?
I have no obligation to help a petty thief.
Ah, don't say that, pal! I'll make it worth your while! This is what comes of evil deeds. Okay, so I made a mistake or three, but I've got a good heart, I swear!
If I help you, you'll just go back to your bad old ways.
No, I won't! Trust me! I thought we were friends, Mr. whatever your name is.
Your selfish rampage is at an end. I will opt to stay alive and retreat.
Another victory for courage.
I have some catching up to do.
Yahoo! Oh, the delicious smell of freedom! It's beautiful, I say! You stay right there! I'll take care of Nene's ninja magic!
We must keep up with the pace.
How about you, Team 3? Ready to go?
Can't hide from me! Come out so I can smack you! If I just knock this guy out, the spell should be broken.
What happened to me? I feel so odd.
Okay, pal. I'd say that makes us even. Catch you later!
My secret spell has been broken? I know exactly who's responsible, and I'm gonna make him pay.
Mere conjurers' tricks. Grind them to dust.
Naughty children have to be punished.
Do not panic. This is a simple trick. We must simply find the trickster.
This looks like fun. Mind if I tag along? Thanks! I could use someone who knows what she's doing.
Another victory for courage. Come on! Don't hold back! Have courage.
Your selfish rampage is at an end. Your selfish rampage is at an end.
Look out! Tornado warning!
Do not panic. This is a simple trick. We must simply find the trickster. Retreat! Another victory for courage.
Your skills are without equal.
There's another notch for my great axe.
Come on! Don't hold back!
I am powerless to stop.
Why do they even bother?
You're truly a hero of our times.
Haha, bet you can't catch me.
And just who might you be?
I know. I'm so beautiful, you can hardly believe your eyes, right? I think we should see other people.
Why do they even bother?
Your skills are without equal! Kneel before me! We must keep up with the pace!
No one knows where I am coming from, or whom I serve. You are privileged, Hans, to be fighting with me. Perish. Rip this world to pieces. Shadows of the shadow.
Where are the reinforcements?
Your impulse shall be your undoing.
Kneel before me! We must keep up with the pace!
So it ends.
Why do they even bother?
You're truly a hero of our times.
are you? You look like an ally, but you stand in our way.
I am Chaos, ally of none, enemy to all who strive for any goal other than the perpetuation of pandemonium. I am Puma, the winds of chaos.
Smash the enemy and tear down our main camp!
I will not allow anyone to lay a finger on my Lady Nene.
She is twice the leader, Orochi.
You deserve a good spanking.
Retreat!
Where are the reinforcements?
Someone else can deal with this.
Why do they even bother?
Come on! Don't hold back!
Why do they even bother?
Wow, you're really quite strong. But I think I should keep an eye on you just to make sure you behave.
while making a name for himself as a faithful officer of Orochi by quelling the resistance. Cao Pi released Huang Gai for a second time as he continued to covertly prepare an uprising against his master. Her suspicions aroused, Daji began to keep a closer eye on Cao Pi and forced him to be accompanied by the antagonistic Mitsunari Ishida. Elsewhere, Sun Ce, the leader of Wu, who had been coerced into fighting for Orochi due to the kidnapping of his father Sun Jian, suddenly rebelled against the Serpent King. Orochi ordered Sun Ce's brother Sun Quan to lead the Wu army and put down his brother's insurgency. Cao Pi was instructed to aid Sun Quan in this task.
So, Sun Quan, this is awkward, isn't it?
My brother has betrayed my father and myself. He has severed the ties between us. He is nothing to me now.
Oh, I do love a man of conviction. You two could learn a thing or two from him.
Sun Ce's army is in disarray. His betrayal was not properly planned.
So you're saying that when your time comes, you'll do a better job?
So, Sun Ce has already made his move. What of Sun Quan?
He's chasing after his brother. I think he figures he's gone too early.
Give him all the aid he needs. Sun Ce must not escape.
My lord, make for the garrison. Leave this to me.
Thanks. Just make sure you stay alive. I shall show no mercy. Bring it on. I won't be denied next time.
One down, many more to go.
That's what we've been waiting to see.
For the people of Wu, I must restrain my brother before he does any more damage.
My moment, such grace!
Damn! I hate backing out!
Another enemy scratched out!
My plan is to take the glory while you do all the work.
I do not understand. Everyone else is enduring this difficulty stoically, and yet he rushes off. I'm feeling ready for a serious scrap.
My moment, such grace!
My lord, please, leave this to me and escape.
I am in your debt. I pray that we will live long enough for me to pay it.
Just who is that boy?
A companion of Nobunaga's. He's surprisingly handy with that enormous sword.
I won't lose a second time. Another enemy scratched out.
That's what we've been waiting to see.
Do you think you can stop me?
I hate backing out!
Another enemy scratched out!
My plan is to take the glory while you do all the work.
That's what we've been waiting to see.
Your selfishness has placed all of us in danger. I don't want to hurt you, but I have to take you back, dead or alive.
My lord, you must hurry to the dock.
It's good to see you all safe.
Zhou Yu is also on his way.
Excellent. We're not beaten yet.
Hey! You still haven't caught Sun-Tse?
How wonderful to see you, our illustrious leader.
If you want my head, come and take it.
Out of my way. I have to speak to my brother.
I cannot allow any to pass, even you.
Then you leave me no choice but to resort to force.
Do you think you can stop me?
I am no match for a legend like you.
Why do they even bother?
That's what we've been waiting to see.
I won't lose a second time.
Why do they even bother?
I expect nothing less from you.
What is it about Sun-Tse that makes you care so much?
I see his greatness and I want to believe.
Why do they even bother?
That's what we've been waiting to see.
Fulfilled my duty.
Look out below, you filthy snakes! You must be looking for trouble! for me to learn.
Why do they even bother?
I expect nothing less from you.
Come, hit me with everything you got.
I'm feeling ready for a serious scrap.
That's what we've been waiting to see.
I won't be caught.
Then you'd better start swimming, little fish.
My moment. Applaud. Such grace.
Uncontrollable out below!
Why do they even bother?
You were the better man. What are you going to do with me?
Nothing. You may go. And Orochi's grip weakens.
Thanks. I owe you one.
Get out of here.
Interesting. Come, bring me Sun Tse. You did capture him, of course.
I'm afraid he escaped.
That's not what it looked like from where I was standing. It looked more like he was allowed to escape.
And does that not seem a little too perfect to you? You are a smart woman. You must realize that it was an enemy plan to divide us in suspicion.
It's probably Zhou Yu's doing. He's smart enough to have used an imposter and made it seem that way to you.
Of course. How foolish of me not to see something so obvious.
Enemies at first sight, Cao Pi and Mitsunari Ishida had begun to see each other in a new light. After allowing Sun Ce to escape, Cao Pi was saved from incurring Daji's wrath by the quick thinking of Mitsunari. A strange and uneasy friendship had begun to develop. As for Cao Pi's own rebellion, there was one more element required before he could put his plans in place. Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan, loyal to the province of Wei, had refused to join Cao Pi in his subordination to Orochi and were fighting with the resistance. With the intention of winning their trust, Cao Pi set out to battle them at Yiling.
Those two. They used to serve Cao Pi's father, didn't they? It seems they are here to see if he is a worthy leader.
They don't like Cao Pi. But if Cao Pi can bring us lots of delicious food, like Lord Cao Cao used to, then I'll be happy.
Everyone wants to compare him to his father, but he doesn't care. We'll soon find out who's the greater.
Our lord disappears, and this is what happens.
Oh, Orochi! We love you, Orochi!
Pathetic!
I will put his mettle to the test. To see his worth.
You look serious this time.
We will attack the enemy from the flanks. We will head south. You officers of Wu go west.
Fine. Leave it to us.
Looks like Orochi's minions are on the move. Xiahou Dun, cover the east. And Yuan, the west. I've got some tricky tactical tasks to arrange for.
Bring it on!
My lord's progeny. I shall put his blood to the ultimate test.
Even the great warriors of Wu have sided with the devil. Huh? I've never seen that woman before, though.
Show me what you've got.
I won't lose a second time.
Why do they even bother?
I have some catching up to do.
Scum!
Why do they even bother?
A splendid show of force. Not bad. But you have not earned my respect yet, youngster.
Then would you like to give me another chance?
The enemy are officers of Wei. Does Cao Pi really wish to destroy his own allies?
Letting your enemies go. You're just full of surprises, aren't Okay, we're good to go. Engineers, build me a bridge. Then we'll go about making a mess of the enemy main camp.
The enemy has a plan in motion. Stop it.
Bring it on!
Let's pull them over! Out below! Out below!
Look out!
Engineers are in place. Let the building commence.
I won't lose a second time.
I should stop expecting so much.
I have some catching up to do.
An exemplary warrior.
I'm feeling ready for a serious scrap.
Time to put theory into practice!
Oops. So much for best laid plan.
Looks like that plan didn't work after all. Well, sometimes you just gotta have faith. Knock over the enemy-made camp!
Escape is our only option.
Why do they even bother?
A splendid show of force.
I won't lose a second time.
Why do they even bother?
I have some catching up to do. Now I've got to regain my footing and all. Well, this is as good a place as any to have a nice stop and think.
In battle, one's head is not for just filling a helmet. Retreat can be an acceptable strategy.
Why do they even bother?
A splendid show of force.
Thanks for coming. I'll make it up to you. I have some catching up to do.
Time to see just how tough you really are.
Come on! Together, you and I can win this!
Do you think you can stop me? I'm feeling ready for a serious scrap.
I won't be denied next time.
Why do they even bother?
I have some catching up to do.
Damn! I hate backing out!
Why do they even bother?
I have some catching up to do.
Looks like the new girl knows how to fire herself an arrow.
As do you.
Why do they even bother?
I have some catching up to do.
What's the matter? Why are you fighting?
I will do this my own way.
I don't know about you, but some of us have our parents' lives on the line here.
So they put a woman in charge of the Wu army.
Do you have a problem with that?
A little defensive, aren't we?
Beating me doesn't mean anything.
If you're still not satisfied, have another go.
You're truly a hero of our times.
Release them again, have you? I think I know what you're up to.
Come, Yuan. Let's show them how we fight.
Sure thing. Let's wipe them all out.
That Sao-P, he really gets on my nerves.
You don't think he'll betray us, do you?
We certainly can't afford to rely on him. You and I will do this on our own.
You're right. We two are more than enough.
time to roll out the ember. You're on. Just give me a moment to get ready.
I could use your cunning. How would you like to fight for me?
Well, I've got no mind to serve Orochi. If that's what you mean.
Listen carefully. I said, how would you like to fight for me?
Thought so. Okay, you have yourself a deal.
So, you're the one they call the fledgling phoenix, huh?
I've been called one. Some more complimentary than others.
One down, many more to go.
Wonderful. You have earned my praise. I should stop expecting this.
I have some catching up to do.
Zhang Zhang, stay safe.
I should stop expecting so much. Wonderful. You have earned my praise.
If anyone can stand against Orochi, Master Cao Pi may be it.
You think you can overcome us? Look out!
I have some catching up to do.
I should stop expecting so much.
I have some catching up to do.
You have your father's strength. I admit it.
Don't worry, brother. I'll cover for you.
Look out!
One down, many more to go.
You're truly a hero of our times.
Of all the twisted psychopaths to use to.
You would both be of great value. Come, work for me.
Orochi has crushed Wei. I am not fit to serve.
Wei is about to be revived.
So, it seems there was truth in what Nobunaga said. Very well. You shall have my aid. No man could ever match my lord. But you seem to have your own sense of honor.
And you have a plan, right? I mean, I think you do, but it's always kind of hard to tell.
It may not be easy to grasp, but I'd say they're each paying you a very high compliment. And to tell the truth, I think you're quite the dandy myself. So if you care to have yet another pair of helping hands, well...
I know not whether you follow me out of loyalty to my father or curiosity, but I have no reason to reject capable officers.
Cao Pi is gathering followers again, I see. But I fear this army is not being built to preserve the glory of Orochi. Still, this is all coming a little quicker than I had imagined.
Under the leadership of great warriors, such as Shingen Takeda and Kenshin Uesugi, the resistance forces had begun to grow in strength. Hearing that the resistance were using a base in the Circa territory, Cao Pi ordered Zhang Liao to investigate. Zhang Liao's scouts reported that it was being used as a base camp for a minor resistance force. It was decided that immediate suppression was necessary. With the military might at Zhang Liao's disposal, it should not have taken long.
This will be all too easy. Sweep what remains of the enemy aside and claim the garrison.
It's about time I faced a worthy opponent!
Bring it on!
You're finished! Just another victim. I have witnessed the splendor of your might. Yes, that's it. Drop your guard. You're finished. You're finished. You're finished. No problem. You won't be laughing for long. Stand back. Taste. 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 Just another victim.
Oh, it's more than we could ask for.
You've won this one, but you're in big trouble now.
Taste. Time to put theory into practice. Just another victim. No problem. I have witnessed the splendor of your might.
That's right. Laugh it up, you idiots.
Like fish in a barrel.
Where did all of these enemy reinforcements come from?
It was a trap. Stand your ground and fight.
Orochi's men have lowered their guard after taking the castle. Now is our chance to punish the perfidious snakes.
First wave. Go forth and enjoy.
On the move, are you, Nemesis? And I suppose I had better move as well. All forces, advance!
Stop or die!
Whoops. This is trouble.
Stop or die! Stop or die! Stop or die! Stop or die!
I shall teach you the basics of strategy.
Stand back!
Implement the secret plan. If at first you don't succeed, try something different. And it looks like they're trying fire. Do not let the enemy in.
Some you win, some you lose.
Do you think you can stop me?
Why do they even bother?
Wow, that was awesome.
Second wave. Advance.
Do not give them the slightest sniff of an opening. Next wave, advance!
A superbly executed wave formation. The enemy know what they are doing.
I'm feeling ready for a serious scrap. I won't lose a second time.
Why do they even bother? I have witnessed the splendor of your might.
Damn, I hate backing out.
Why do they even bother?
Oh, it's more than we could ask for.
I have witnessed the splendor of your might.
Years of experience have gone into this. Outfought at every turn.
Why do they even bother?
Wow, that was awesome.
Plans are in place. Time to execute. Some you win, some you lose.
Why do they even bother?
Oh, it's more than we could ask for. Come, hit me with everything you've got. I don't want any mercy. Get ready to taste my steel. Forces, follow me. I shall administer the funeral rites myself.
Come! My skill can handle any force.
There's nothing else for it.
Why do they even bother? I have witnessed the splendor of your might.
Discretion is the better part of valor.
Why do they even bother?
Oh, it's more than we could ask for. That was almost too close. I shall teach you the basics of strategy. Some you win, some you lose.
Why do they even bother?
I have witnessed the splendor of your might. Time to stretch the old legs, I think. In a battle of wits.
Why do they even bother?
Oh, it's more than we could ask for.
I don't have much more left to give.
Surrender now. There can be no victory without honor. Why do you waste your skills on the side of villainy?
Why do they even bother?
I have witnessed the splendor of your might.
Where are the reinforcements?
War is ecstasy.
Ah! Just as I planned!
It looks like our battle may be finished.
All is according to heaven's decree.
Why do they even bother?
Wow, that was awesome.
I never thought we would struggle so. Was it you who was behind all this?
Lighten up, man. It's time for us to play a game.
Oh, it's more than we could ask for.
I dare you to try to take my head.
I don't have much more left to give.
Masters Xinyan and Kenshin did some wonderful work here. But now it's my turn to take over. Banzai!
Huh? What's wrong with you?
He's the mastermind behind this. Unlikely though it seems. Get him! Deal before me!
Where are the reinforcements?
Inconceivable!
Why do they even bother?
You're truly a hero of our times.
Oh, now you look like you'd like to play with me.
Sure! Pass it to me, you clown!
Ah, so I see you can handle the basics just fine.
Stand back! Stand back. Be gone. I don't have much more left to give.
Well, let's see how you fare against some of my advanced tactics.
Why do they even bother?
The time was ripe. With these two warriors on his side, Cao Pi's preparations were complete. He leaked a false rumor that Sun Jian was being held in Daji's Odawara castle in order to encourage Wang Gai and his army to attack, while at the same time heading for the main keep to capture the increasingly suspicious Daji himself.
You're storming the castle? Bold. You want to shut her up for good, huh?
Can I help you at all?
I just wanted to witness the moment when the hero showed his true colors.
Then make sure you just watch.
No one's around.
If my enemy weren't cunning, I wouldn't have needed to wait. She anticipated my attack, and I anticipated that.
I never liked being in the audience. Time to roll my sleeves up.
Do as you wish.
Fire everywhere. Flashy. Better not hang around. This could be fun. You have anything in mind?
There is only one thing to do. Hunt Daji down.
You thought you could defeat me? Naughty boys have to take their punishment. Yours is coming from the north and the south.
We are struggling at the North Castle Gate. Things will go more smoothly if we can lure them inside the castle.
Somewhere in this castle, my lord is being held captive. But he'll be free just as soon as I find that infernal foxwoman.
It will help if we lure the enemy into the north.
I guess I'll meet up with Huang Gai in the south then.
Here's a little something I prepared earlier.
A pathetic attempt at an ambush. Not a decent warrior in sight.
I humbly request you to stand and fight! No problem. I will opt to stay alive and retreat. Bullseye!
I have some catching up to do.
How about this?
I humbly request you to stand and fight! Now, move out!
No, it's you!
You returned your back, father?
My father would not lecture me on something so trivial.
Daji is on our side. Strike Cao Pi.
My lord!
No problem. I am powerless to stop you. Bullseye!
A respectable showing. Comparatively speaking, of course.
No problem. Your time is up. Stand.
Why do they even bother?
Brilliant! No problem.
You don't seem to have a problem fighting your father. I should have guessed you were dead inside.
Fools. Did they really think I would fall quaking before a phantom version of my father?
No problem.
Feel the venom coursing through your veins.
That hurts. Why aren't my phantoms working?
Hey! Lady Daji is in trouble somehow!
Resistance is futile.
Bullseye!
A respectable showing. Comparatively speaking, of course. Cool as you like. That's pretty impressive.
Brilliant!
people here to make this party fun.
Thanks for coming. I'll make it up to you.
Your selfish rampage is at an end! Here is where you wither and die!
Why do they even bother?
I have some catching up to do.
I poured my heart and soul into those creations.
Stand back!
Orochi will triumph! Do not resist! Just another victim. Brilliant!
I just can't match that.
You people have got ideas far above your stations. Time for a reality check. Reinforcements now.
She's still going? She just doesn't know when she's beat.
You dare test the tiger's claws?
If you were fighting that woman, I'd be more than glad to help.
Your selfish rampage is at an end!
Why do they even bother?
I expect nothing less from you.
Have you become so senile that you cannot tell the difference between a phantom and reality?
Phantom or not, I cannot raise my weapon against my lord.
If only I didn't have to feel their pain.
Are there things that even I cannot foresee?
I humbly request you to stand and fight!
Stand back!
I will have to stay alive and retreat. Just another victim. Brilliant!
these storehouses. Maybe I'll knock them down, just for fun. You're saving me? Is the world ending? A respectable showing. Comparatively speaking, of course.
I need help! Now!
Are there things that even I cannot foresee?
I will slowly choke the life from you. You're finished! You're finished! Resistance is futile! Just another victim.
A respectable showing. Comparatively speaking, of course.
I'll soon have that porcelain face covered in sweat and tears. How do you like my dance? Deadly enough?
I'll make sure you never bewitch anyone again.
Care to put your sword where your mouth is?
No problem. Doctor time! Doctor time! Stand back. Be gone. Where have you hidden him?
It's so hard to remember all these insignificant details.
Maybe a good smack on the head will jog your memory.
Why do they even bother?
That was a little tougher than you'd planned, wasn't it?
Immaterial. A victory is a victory.
I guess you were just too good for me. So, what is it you want from me now?
I want you to help us. Surely you're not content just working for Orochi either.
Are you sure? Orochi is powerful beyond your dreams. You don't want to make him any angrier than he already is.
It is the proudest moment for any warrior to face one of his might. I do not fear it. I welcome it.
Oh, absolutely. The prospect excites me too. I'm not going to let you have him all to yourself.
You have now spared my life on 3 occasions. Without you, I would be nothing. So now, I pledge to you my service. I know I could be of use. Please, allow me to serve in your army.
You are a man of honor, and I will be glad to have your service.
Following her beloved Lu Bu, Diao Chan had joined the Orochi army. Unhappy, however, and increasingly disillusioned with the direction Lu Bu was taking, she eventually chose to defect. She decided that the best way to make Lu Bu see his own folly was to join the coalition army and defeat Orochi. Hearing of her flight, however, an incensed Dong Zhuo immediately began pursuit. But Diao Chan found aid in the form of Mitsunari Ishida, who challenged Dong Zhuo to allow her to escape.
Wait! Diao Chan! You dare to betray me a second time? No!
They are almost upon me. But I must escape, for Lu Bu's own good.
Looks like that woman's trying to defect from the Orochi army. We have to help her. Or not. Whatever.
Capture Diao Chun! She has betrayed us and must not escape!
Why do they even bother?
I expect nothing less from you.
You will be severely punished this time, young minx.
Ready, men? Open fire!
Why do they even bother?
Oh, it's more than we could ask for.
Come on! She's only one woman! What's the problem?
I will slowly choke life from you.
What are the resistance doing here? You guys, attack!
Why us? You attack.
If you don't both go now, I'll deal with you myself.
The resistance. They're coming to save me? I must not yield. All hope is not lost yet.
Resistance is futile. Enemy officer obliterated.
My turn.
My plan is to take the glory while you do all the work.
Want some of this? Want some of this?
Impressive. We should all follow your lead.
Want some of this? Want some of this? My turn. Want some of this?
Obliterated.
We shall depend on your might.
Enemy officer obliterated.
My plan is to take the glory while you do all the work.
Impressive. We should all follow your lead.
I can't take it anymore! A man of my greatness shouldn't have to do everything himself! I'll rip your heads off and use your skulls to keep my gold in!
Have you come to rescue me?
That's the plan, lady. But there are a few snake guys who don't like it much.
Thank you. I owe you my life.
Out of my way, pretty boy! I'm taking back what's mine!
Charming as that request was, I don't think I'm gonna comply.
You lowly insect!
I won't be denied next time.
Enemy officer obliterated.
We shall depend on your might.
Orochi will triumph. Do not resist. Enemy officer obliterated.
My plan is to take the glory while you do all the work.
I am no match for a legend like you!
Enemy officer obliterated.
We shall depend on your might.
Filthy flies hovering around a pot of honey! I'll swat you all away!
My ambition is not so fleeting as to be swatted away by your sweaty palm.
My turn.
Some you win, some you lose.
Hey, I defeated an officer.
My plan is to take the glory while you do all the work.
My turn. My turn.
The fool who angers me. His lot will not be a pleasant one.
Enemy officer obliterated.
We shall depend on your might. Your tongue.
My turn. Want some of this? Want some of this? Want some of...
Why, Diao-chan? Why do you betray me?
Ever since that monster arrived, you have changed, Lu Bu. I will dedicate myself to conquering Orochi. It is the only way I can get the real you back.
Rejoice. You will not be in this place for long. You have deceived Diao-chan. I will show no mercy. And now, you should know better than to get in my way.
Calm down, my lord, and listen.
Silence! Any who stand in my way will be cut down. I do not want to hear excuses. Why do you harbor Diao-chan? She belongs to me. What are you to her?
What am I to her? How should I answer that?
You dare to touch my woman? You will die for that! Diao-chan, I will take you back, by force, if necessary.
Please let me go. I am doing this for your own good.
Maybe you are worth having around.
My turn. Want some of this? Want some of this? My turn. Want some of this? My turn. Want some of this? Want some of this? Want some of this?
Why do they even bother?
Only by defeating Orochi will Lu Bu see the error of his ways. Please, allow me to join your resistance.
Very well. You are nothing to me now, Diao-chan. If you truly intend to fight Orochi, then we will meet again. And rest assured, I will show no mercy.
Now was the time for Cao Pi to openly make his move. Having captured Daji and secured her services for himself, he declared Wei's independence from Orochi. All the while, he continued to strengthen his own army in preparation for the inevitable clash with Orochi himself. He made for Chengsang, where waited the army of Nagamasa Azai. If he could defeat them, they would make an invaluable addition to his army.
Our time of slavery is at an end. I hereby declare the revival of the Kingdom of Wei.
Nagamasa's one of these love and honor types. He won't do anything dishonorable, trust me.
And I suppose I am not trustworthy. Fair enough. I will prove my worth to him in this battle.
Oichi, you must keep that safe until reinforcements arrive. Our main force will march upon the enemy camp.
You can make for the enemy castle via the bypass. You understand?
You don't trust me, do you? Relax. I'm not going to do anything I shouldn't. Just yet.
Look out! Here I come!
Hit me with everything you've got!
I am powerless to stop them.
Why do they even bother? Pretty impressive. I got my work cut out for me. Enemy soldiers on the ramparts. We must exercise due caution, or our main camp will be in danger. It's up to me to put a stop to them.
I can't let Dune have all the fun. Give me my fair share.
I must keep this base safe for my lord.
I'm sure one as perspicacious as you can see my true intent, and yet you still choose to fight?
I simply follow the orders of my lord, not master.
Help us on its way! Hold out just a little longer! Look out! Here I come!
Enemy reinforcements have been delayed. Excellent news. Let's keep them waiting.
I am but a woman after all.
Why do they even bother?
I have some catching up to do.
This ought to prevent the reinforcements from arriving.
The reinforcements will not make it with the enemy in control. Solidify the western defenses. Prepare for an enemy attack.
I will opt to stay alive and retreat.
You're mine.
Such remarkable skill.
There is more glory to be claimed.
Look out! Here I come!
don't want any mercy!
There's nothing else for it!
You're mine.
My plan is to take the glory while you do all the work.
I humbly request you to stand and fight!
You're mine.
You've been training hard, I see.
I have some catching up to do.
Come! Hit me with everything you've got!
Raise the curtain. Not escape.
There's nothing else for it!
Why do they even bother?
I have some catching up to do.
The enemy advance has ceased. Now is our chance to attack.
The ramparts have been lost.
I'm gonna even this battle up and take their camp!
Outfought at every turn.
Why do they even bother?
Pretty impressive. I got my work cut out for me.
ain't getting my head that easy!
I have no interest in your head. What I want is your skill.
Save some glory for me!
Retreat ain't so bad! See ya!
Enemy officer obliterated.
My plan is to take the glory while you do all the work.
You will need to show everything you have to get by.
I fully intend to.
Raise the cup. Will not escape. Raise the cup. Showtime. Raise the cup. You're mine.
My lance has proven unworthy.
Do not be ashamed. You have fought well.
A defeated soldier deserves death alone. Allow me to die in dignity.
I wish to share the same fate as my lord.
I was really gonna teach that snake a lesson. Come on, then. What are you gonna do? Kill me? Ah!
You all desire death, do you? How appropriate. I am about to embark upon a quest to topple Orochi. You shall join me, and if you must die, it will be as part of that quest.
By declaring Wei's independence, Cao Pi officially turned his back on Orochi. In response, Cao Pi's wife, Zhen Ji, followed suit, leading an army to Liang province. Anticipating this, Orochi immediately dispatched a force headed by Dong Zhuo to eradicate this resistance. Cao Pi also set out in order to rescue his wife. The two forces were destined for a momentous clash on the fields of Liang province.
We must crush Dong Zhuo's army of oppression. We will attack from the front. Zhen, you advance from the east.
Raise the curtain. Ha, ha, ha.
Sound turns, and chaos begets chaos. This should be interesting.
Who is that flame-haired man? Has he come to lend us aid? Well, whoever he is, he's doing a good job. Give him all the help he needs.
Oh, nice look. Who does the hair?
Get ready to taste my steel.
There's something strange about their garrison.
Get out of the
I smell it. Take care, my lord.
Take this. The powers of pandemonium go with you.
Strength building!
Discretion is the better part of valor.
Oh, I can feel new strength coursing through my body.
Some sort of prayer is taking place in the garrison.
So that is where their strength comes from. Take down the garrison.
You've got no chance against me!
You're really fired up, huh?
There must be more in other garrisons. Destroy them all.
Look out! Here I come!
There's some sort of strange magic behind this. We could be in real trouble.
Magic is easy once you know how the trick is done.
I am powerless to stop this. You've got no chance against me!
I have some catching up to do.
Your selfish rampage is at an end! Look out! Here I come!
Raise the curtain. Not escape.
Get out of the way! Now I'm getting it!
Raise the curtain. Show
Get out of the way! Now I'm getting it!
Raise the curtain. Showtime.
I am powerless to stop this.
Why do they even bother?
That's what we've been waiting to see.
Raise the curtain. Showtime.
I am powerless to stop
You're mine.
Incredible!
Know your place, lowly scoundrel. Inconceivable!
Why do they even bother?
Wow! Where did you come from? Saved by the skin of my teeth.
I shall repay you handsomely for this aid.
This obstacle has been overcome. Advance.
I shall teach you the basics of strategy.
Get out of the way!
Some you win, some you lose.
You've got no chance against me! I have some catching up to do.
What's happening? Our attacks don't work on them!
More meddling conjurers' tricks. Find those responsible and slaughter them.
Years of experience have gone into this.
Stand and fight me!
Get out of the way! Now I'm getting angry!
Rage will not escape.
Wow! Where did you come from?
Raise the cup. Now. Now.
I won't be denied next time!
You're mine.
You're really fired up, huh?
Outfought at every turn.
Why do they even bother?
I have some catching up to do.
Come, hit me with everything you've got.
Do you know whom you challenge?
Showtime.
Get out of the way! Now I'm getting angry!
Raise Raise the curtain. Showtime. Now. Now. By your side, there is nothing to fear. Now. Showtime.
Save some glory for me!
Showtime! Ha! Yeah! Ha! 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 Yeah! Ha! 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 Ha!
My lord, what are you doing here?
I'm sorry, my dear, but I'm going to have to kill you.
My lord, not you grow weary of me?
Calm down, my love. I am here. Kneel before me. How dare you do that to her? You will pay dearly.
Raise the...
Why do they even bother?
Wow!
Raise
Where
the...
did you come from?
What did I...
Jen, it's all right. It's all over.
My lord, you saved me.
Their trickery has run its course. All forces, advance!
He has seen through my trick. This battle could get very interesting.
You have been something of a thorn in my side.
I am disappointed, Zappy. Your rebellion only serves to undermine the cause of chaos. That is why it must not succeed.
Years of experience have gone into this. You must be looking for trouble!
As Cao Pi secured a series of significant victories over the Orochi army, his own army began to grow until it rivaled Orochi's in size. He then ordered Nagamasa Azai to lay siege to the key outpost of Nanzhong in the south. But what Nagamasa saw when he arrived was a mysterious army of unknown origin, engaged in battle with Orochi.
It appears we are not the only ones fighting the Orochi army.
Make way! The battle is raging to the south as well. Who are they fighting there?
Any enemy of Orochi is a friend of mine. We must help.
Your selfish rampage is at an end!
Finish them now, before he gets here!
We must keep this safe!
On my way! I don't want any mercy! On my way! On my way!
I will opt to stay alive and retreat.
Enemy officer obliterated.
You have been blessed with great skill.
Hold up! Reinforcements will be here soon!
I don't want any mercy!
Make way!
Discretion is the better part of valor.
Sleep tight.
It never hurts to be a bit flashy.
Away with you!
Only a little while longer! Rage, brave soldiers!
Away with you!
I am here, my sons. Come, brave soldiers of Orochi. Are you brave enough to face me?
Kaboom!
We can't fight against him! Run!
On my way!
What is the problem? They are but worthless vermin! Any scum who dares to value his life over our cause will be executed! Attack!
On my way!
Everyone, fight with all you have!
On my way!
Make way!
Feel the venom coursing through the veins. Here is where you wither and die. Resistance is futile.
Make way!
Why do they even bother?
Your vision is beyond even my understanding.
You mean you still haven't subdued these treacherous vermin? Looks like I'll have to do my own dirty work again!
In your lifetime!
Musou! Orochi calls for you! Then we will have to finish this battle at once.
In your lifetime!
Advance on their main camp immediately. Seize it, then proceed to Koshi Castle.
Simply magnificent.
Not in your lifetime!
Come! Hit me with everything you've got! Rejoice! You will not be in this place for long.
Away with you! Away with you! Away
I will slowly choke the life from you. Years of experience have gone into this.
Do you think you can stop me?
Make way!
Some you win, some you lose.
Enemy officer obliterated.
That was very impressive.
Resistance is futile.
Enemy officer obliterated.
Simply magnificent.
Discretion is the better part of valor.
Enemy officer obliterated.
You have been blessed with great skill.
Come on, you scum! Show them what we've got! Damn it! I hate backing out!
Enemy officer obliterated.
Simply magnificent.
I thank you for your sterling efforts. I shall repay this debt with my spear. I don't want any mercy.
Just the kind of guy you want to see on your side.
Discretion is the better part of valor.
Enemy officer obliterated.
You have been blessed with great skill.
I could use my street pals right about now!
So you're the fool who dares to try and stop me!
Do you think you can stop me?
You morons still don't get it, do you?
Make way!
Enemy officer officer obliterated.
That was very impressive.
Our job here is done. We're out of here.
I won't lose a second time.
Enemy officer obliterated.
Simply magnificent.
Enemy officer obliterated.
Cao Pi had finally accumulated the military strength he needed. Taking his plan to the next step, he moved his army into Orochi's territory, to the key outpost of Yamazaki. Waiting for him there was the combined guile of the two great strategists, Zhuge Liang and Sima Yi. Cao Pi was also concerned by the increasingly suspicious behavior of Daji.
The enemy ranks feature the two great strategists of your age. This could be a problem.
Sima Yi and Zhuge Liang have joined forces? This will be entertaining.
You're not easily deterred, are you?
Like my father, I enjoy a challenge. Who knows, the lure of this battle might be enough to bring him back from beyond the grave.
Perhaps so.
Eastern unit, attract the enemy's attention. The rest of us will claim Mount Tenno while we have the chance.
Not in your lifetime.
Cannons. They have to be stopped before they do any damage. Claim the mountain. Fast.
Any man who dares turn his blade against the great Orochi shall be ripped apart! Zhuge Liang! Sima Yi! Show them what you've got!
Away with you!
Years of experience have gone into this.
Make way! Not in your lifetime!
Outthought at every turn.
Sleep tight!
I have some catching up to do.
As I thought, Mount Tenno is the target. We must make sure we have a welcome party there to greet them when they arrive.
Maybe you are worth having around.
Make way! While you're Sleep tight!
A respectable showing. Comparatively speaking, of course.
So the mountain has been lost.
Use their cannon against them.
What in blazes did you think you were doing? Drag your sorry carcass out there and reclaim that mountain from those worthless vermin!
Fools. Here they come, with no semblance of forethought or strength. Zhuge Liang has failed, which means victory is entirely up to me.
I thought as much. Stay calm and react appropriately.
You want to fight? Then fight me!
Sorry, my lord, but I can't hang around. Bye!
So, she's finally turned on us.
I only wonder what took her so long.
I will slowly choke the life from you.
Go! Grind the enemy into pulp!
I'm really sorry about before. I didn't mean to betray.
You meant to all along.
If you want my head, come and take it.
I'm feeling ready for a serious scrap.
Years of experience have gone into this.
Why do they even bother?
I have some catching up to do.
You just don't get it, do you? Orochi's too strong. All this is just delaying the inevitable.
Away with you! Away with you!
I won't lose a second time.
Sleep tight!
A respectable showing. Comparatively speaking, of course.
Outthought at every turn. Enemy officer obliterated.
I have some catching up to do.
There is still much for me to learn. Enemy officer obliterated.
My plan is to take the glory while you do all the work.
I have some catching up to do.
Don't they realize how unworthy they are to share this battlefield with me? Unforgivable! They will realize their folly soon enough!
They are after our main camp. Stop them with your very lives.
How are we going to get out of this one?
Time to finish this!
I won't be denied next time.
Enemy officer obliterated.
I have some catching up to do.
My lord, it looks like we made it just in time.
I have come to witness your conquest of this land, my son.
Orochi will triumph. Do not resist. Enemy officer obliterated.
My plan is to take the glory while you do all the work.
It is difficult to fight such untrained savages.
Enemy officer obliterated.
I have some catching up to do.
Father, you have stayed alive all this time.
Make way.
Come, Dianwei. Let us give my son a helping hand.
Yes! I've been miserable after so long without a decent fight!
Watch closely. You may learn something.
It's about time I faced a worthy opponent. There is still much for me to learn. Enemy officer obliterated.
Simply magnificent.
You have led our people well in my absence, my son.
I am sure your arrival will boost the soldiers' morale still further.
Come! Hit me with everything you've got!
I'm feeling ready for a serious scrap.
Here is where you wither and die.
My father will not claim all the glory for himself.
Make way.
I won't lose a second time.
Enemy officer obliterated.
My plan is to take the glory while you do all the work.
Thank you for keeping an eye on my son.
He just gets in my way is all.
There's nothing else for it!
Enemy officer obliterated.
I have some catching up to do.
Maybe you are worth having around. Are there things that even I cannot foresee? I suppose you want some gratitude.
Here is where you wither and die. Orochi will triumph. Do not resist. Enemy officer obliterated.
My plan is to take the glory while you do all the work.
don't want a part of my paradise? Then it's the inferno for you!
What blinded you so much that you would side with Orochi?
All I care for is the creation of my grand paradise. Orochi can make that happen!
Are there things that even I cannot foresee?
Why do they even bother? This will be our final battle. Find your courage and go forth.
That's quite a mountain you have to climb there.
Crumbling though it is high and mighty, and treacherous yet. It will not be an easy journey. Father, you live after all.
You fought well, my son.
If you so desire, I will gladly relinquish control of this army to you.
This army belongs to you. You must continue as its leader.
I will fight alongside my lord. You can count on me to wreak some havoc.
Cao Cao was alive. The Wei army was overjoyed to witness his triumphant return. Enraged beyond measure, the Serpent King challenged Wei to a battle to end all battles. He employed his most mighty warriors, including the legendary Lu Bu, for this battle. With Cao Cao back at the helm, the Wei army also began the preparations for the ultimate test of their strength.
see now. How should I do this?
I am not about to be defeated by one such as Daji. We will attack the castle on 3 fronts. Excellent. Now take down the rest.
My lord, all gates of the enemy castle have been breached.
I will slowly choke the life from you. This battle hinges upon the success of this sneak attack. Engineers, secure the western bypass for our ingress.
Away with you! Away with you! Bow your head!
All forces, gather in the center of the castle. Attracting enemy's attention.
Resistance is futile. Why do they even bother?
Brilliant!
Use the battering ram to break down the castle key.
Feel the venom coursing through your veins.
That's what we've been waiting to see.
Orochi will triumph! Do not resist!
Enemy officer obliterated.
Do not lose this momentum.
Feel the venom coursing through your veins.
Make way!
Aim, aim, aim,
Away with
and
you!
fire.
Resistance is futile.
Sleep tight.
Brilliant!
Away with you!
I'm not a big fan of using tricks and traps against the enemy. I find that just smacking them in the face is way more effective.
I'm terribly sorry, but I anticipated this little obstruction.
Now things are getting interesting. Pile on, everybody! Let's have some crazy fun!
Come, hit me with everything you've got! Where are the engineers? Tell them to hurry.
Not in your lifetime.
Discretion is the better part of valor.
Sleep tight.
Do not lose this momentum.
Get ready to taste my steel! Discretion is the better part of valor.
Sleep tight.
Brilliant!
This is excellent news. Follow their lead. Use the backup ramp. Do not let this one break. I don't want any mercy! Discretion is the better part of valor.
Sleep tight.
Do not lose this momentum. Sneak attack has failed. This calls for a change of tack. Deploy the remaining troops.
You sure you want to fight me? Last chance to turn around. Officer obliterated. Brilliant! Well, I'll be. You ain't half bad. Look out! Here I come!
Show Orochi the strength of our conviction.
I will opt to stay alive and retreat. Enemy officer obliterated.
Do not lose this momentum.
Come, my stone warriors of yore. Crush the intruders.
Away with you!
Hit me with everything you've got!
I humbly request you to stand and fight!
Come! Hit me with everything you've got! Get ready to taste my steel!
Away with you!
Discretion is the better part of valor.
Sleep tight.
That's what we've been waiting to see.
I will opt to stay alive and retreat.
Sleep tight.
Do not lose this momentum.
I don't want any mercy.
I will slowly choke the life from you. Feel the venom coursing through your veins.
There's nothing else for it.
Here is where you wither and die.
Sleep tight.
That's what we've been waiting to see.
Look out! Here I come!
There's nothing else for it.
Sleep tight.
Brilliant! I thank you for your help.
Not in your lifetime.
Resistance is futile.
Sleep tight.
Do not lose this momentum.
Orochi will triumph. Do not resist.
Sleep tight.
Brilliant! I am powerless to stop this.
Sleep tight.
Do not lose this momentum.
I just can't match that!
I need help! Now!
Feel the venom coursing through your veins. Feel the venom coursing through your veins.
I don't have much more left to give.
You do very well for someone who's so over the hill, Cao Cao. But I'm afraid you've left your main wide open. Burn it down.
Bad luck, Daji. Now that I'm here, your fire-raising days are done.
Support from Wu. This world gets more furious by the second. Let us join together and destroy the enemy.
Orochi will triumph. Do not resist.
Enemy officer obliterated.
You are an asset to this army.
Resistance is futile.
Enemy officer obliterated.
Do not lose this momentum. Rejoice. You will not be in this place for long. So you shall be my prey. Very well.
Brilliant!
I have some catching up to do.
Away with you!
Thanks for coming. I'll make it up to you.
So it seems there is another besides Orochi who can match my skill.
Enemy officer obliterated.
You are an asset to this army.
Here is where you wither and die.
I just can't match that.
I need help! Now!
Orochi will triumph. Do not resist.
Enemy officer obliterated. You've been training hard, I see.
Make way! Away with you!
was almost too close!
I thank you for your help!
You wanna play with me? Are you sure?
Away with you!
Kneel before me!
Kaboom!
Make way!
I don't have much more left to give!
Brilliant!
Bow your head! Sleep tight.
Enjoy your hollow victory. Bye.
The return of Cao Cao was the ingredient needed to re-inspire the soldiers of Wei. Pursuing the fleeing Daji, Cao Pi managed to discover Orochi's secret lair, Koshi Castle. Cao Pi's long and patient strategy was finally beginning to bear fruit. The Wei army pressed forward to Koshi Castle for the ultimate showdown with the Serpent King.
Father, please allow me to lead our army this one time.
I had no other intention, my son. show Orochi the pride of a true conqueror.
He shall witness a battle like no other. As shall you, my lord.
My son, I will be commander of this battle in name only. Go. You have an army to lead.
Yes, my lord. Listen up. This will be our final battle. Orochi's time is done. We must restore Wei to its rightful place.
Seems like I've been with Cao Pi forever. The parasite.
First, we must claim the enemy cannons. Sally forth, my elite forces.
You won't get to see my Lord Orochi that easily. Pin them in, everyone!
You wish for a test of your strength? Very well.
Here is where you wither and die.
Make way!
I will slowly choke the life from you.
Not in your lifetime.
Orochi will triumph. Do not resist.
Sleep tight.
I have some catching up to do.
Not in your lifetime.
Ooh, our guests have arrived. Time to get this party started. Who'd like a mouthful of my spear first? Anyone?
I anticipated this. Replace him.
Resistance is futile.
Sleep tight.
A respectable showing. Comparatively speaking, of course.
Your selfish rampage is at an end. Orochi and me are good pals now, so don't expect to face him until you've dealt with me first. And I promise not to make this easy for you.
You realize it is miscreants like yourself who bring disorder to this world?
Yeah, well, somebody's got to make life interesting, right?
Away with you.
I will opt to stay alive and retreat.
Sleep tight.
Do not lose this momentum.
Brilliant! I did my best, Orochi, but you'll have to waste these punks yourself.
Watching my son reminds me of my own glory days. I cannot just watch forever. I will have one last dance.
Look at them. They think they've won just because they have a few cannons. Turn those cheers into screams for me, will you?
Feel the venom coursing through your veins. Resistance is futile.
Sleep tight.
I have some catching up to do.
Away with you.
A respectable showing. Comparatively speaking, of course.
I will cut down any who dare to stand against the might of Orochi. You want him, you'll have to go through me first.
Feel the venom coursing through the veins. Resistance is futile.
Sleep tight.
Do not lose this momentum. Here is where you wither and die. Here is where you wither and die. Resistance is futile.
Sleep tight.
A respectable showing. Comparatively speaking, of course.
Orochi will triumph. Do not resist.
Sleep tight.
Brilliant!
The weak are useless. Any who run will die.
Away with you.
Right into my trap.
Away with you.
I couldn't have scripted it better.
This is excellent news. Follow their lead.
If we take control of the cannons, that ought to get that snake on the crawl.
Here is where you wither and die. Orochi will triumph. Do not resist.
Sleep tight.
Do not lose this momentum.
You've come all this way for me? Then I wouldn't like to disappoint.
How typical of Daji. Always trying something underhanded.
Idiots! You've come to be killed, have you?
I have some catching up to do.
Away with you.
I'll show you just how powerless you are.
You and I can play together no longer.
That's such a pity. I promise I'll visit your grave.
Make way.
When did I say you could start helping me?
It was fun while it lasted. But
Sleep tight.
A respectable showing. Comparatively speaking, of course.
Only one outpost remains. Seize it!
Here is where you wither and die.
Not in your lifetime.
Orochi will triumph. Do not resist.
Sleep tight.
Brilliant!
Not in your lifetime.
Only the truly great can rule. If you don't understand that, then I'm afraid you forfeit the right to live.
Not in your lifetime. Not in your lifetime. Not in your lifetime.
This is excellent news. Follow their lead.
Sleep tight.
Do not lose this momentum.
But why? You don't even get it!
Let Orochi taste the wrath of our cannons.
Such contraptions cannot hurt me. Come and face me, brave warrior.
The bridge has been lowered. Hold your fire! Advance and slay the Serpent King!
Come on, you insects! No one is getting to Orochi without going through me. If you value your life, leave now!
If you wish to stand in my way, then I must simply go over you. Kaboom!
On the way! Enemy officer obliterated.
Brilliant!
Impossible. I have been bested. How?
And then there was one.
Only one remains.
Show Orochi the might of Wei.
So, you choose to bite the hand that feeds, do you? Good. Come, if you believe you can end me. Only the worthy have made it. Now I shall see for myself the strength of mankind.
I will gladly sacrifice my life for my lord.
I could use a snakeskin rug for my home when I retire.
Before my ambition, you will be powerless.
Such anger. I did not anticipate making use of my full power. Congratulations.
Respectable showing. Comparatively speaking, of course.
Enemy officer obliterated.
Orochi has fallen before the might of Musou!
It's over.
Not just yet. My quest is incomplete. I must realize my dream.
Your dream. I always meant to ask you. Did you think you could realize that dream alone? You're going to need everyone's help.